This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6 p.m. I'm very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum and we will take roll using our devices. Oh, I think I need to proceed. There we go. Whoops. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we have one absence today, Miss Deborah Eaton, and to my left is our superintendent, Dr. Ball.
Welcome.
All right. So do we have any recognitions today? No, okay. All right. So we will proceed to item. We need to do are we going to do an invocation or just a pledge? Okay. All right. So we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, now we will go on to our acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard. The first person we have is Laura Stanford.
Good evening. My name is Laura Stanford, and I'm a Converse citizen for the past 30 years and have a nephew starting at Judson this year. I taught public school myself for a few years in another district, and I've been attending these meetings since earlier this year. And let me just start by thanking each of you for the time you take to serve on this board. Because since I've been coming, I've been impressed by the questions you ask, the discussions that you hold, and the many hours that you pour into this effort. So I want to thank you sincerely. Last month there was a discussion about hiring teachers, and a comment was made that studies show that students learn best from teachers who look like them. So I was curious about that, so I went to find those studies, and I did find a couple, but I found there are numerous others that show that there's little to no correlation between a student's performance and how his teacher appears. So I also took a peek at the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination in hiring, firing, and recruiting based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and then they later added disabilities and age. So I want to encourage the board to make the priority to be seeking out the most qualified people who are passionate about the profession, people who encourage excellence in the face of adversity, because that will serve the students their whole lives. I want my nephew to learn that he can accomplish whatever he wants based on the kind of person he becomes and his own personal effort, not based on what he looks like or his neighbors look like or his teachers or future employers look like. Because truthfully, God himself tells us that he looks at the heart, not the body. And I'd encourage us to move more in that direction. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. And I forgot to read the script that I was supposed to read at the beginning of the public comments section, so I'll go back and read that now, and then I'll call the next person. So this item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is a time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings, except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during the portion of the meeting, so please sign up for the public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA, for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. With those cautions in mind, we will now continue to hear the general comments. And our next person is Bobby Stautzenberger, speaking about athletics and direction of the district.
Okay, thank you. 3 minutes or 5 minutes? I can't. 3. Okay, all right. So I've been doing broadcasting for 27 years in this town. My oldest son is named Judson, class of 2015. My daughter Sarah, 2017 Judson, and just a month or so ago, my youngest Jared graduated from Veterans Memorial. So I have 3 Judson ISD grads, and I'm very proud of all of them. As many of you know, I have often got myself in trouble for being critical of things that I saw that I didn't like, and sometimes that involved athletics, which matters a lot to me, and it's always mattered to this district. For some people, anyone that doesn't think it doesn't matter, well, they're wrong, because that is the showcase of your district in front of the rest of the state and even the nation and the rest of the city, for sure. I just want to say that, and I've had a lot of negatives over the last however many years, but I can tell you the last couple of years have been very positive. And I want to thank the leadership of Dr. Ball for enthusiastically and supporting and encouraging excellence in athletics. And I also want to thank Treva Corrales, the athletic director for Judson. She has been an absolute blessing, and she has worked her tail off. And I saw her at coaches school, and she was working like all the other coaches were. And I am just saying here tonight that I am very excited about the direction that Judson ISD is headed with their athletic programs, And I will continue to support you guys and make sure you watch us, all three of your schools, by the way, on big game coverage this year. And who's going to be at the Dome on the 27th? We got a suite for you guys, so y'all better be there. But let's get out there and support the kids. We'll do everything we can on our end to get the community out and involved. We are better off when we're successful together and we're together at that stadium. So let's rock the house this year at Rutledge Stadium and at and all the athletics with our programs. So appreciate the job that you guys are doing with that, and I like the direction you're headed. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Jared Douglas, also about athletics.
Hello, my name is Gerard Douglas. I graduated from Judson a few years back, a good amount of years back. I came back to talk to the student athletes several times, obviously going to a lot of the games, talking to the kids about obviously how important education is and how important working hard through sports and through education and those sort of things. I say that all that to say I'm very passionate about Judson Independent School District. Obviously not just Judson High School. It was the only one when I was here. But I just want to actually echo what he just said, how great of a job Dr. Ball has been doing so far, along with Coach Corrales as the athletic director. I do like the direction it's going, so continue to push it forward. You guys have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies for mispronouncing your first name. All right, that is all the public comment that we have for this meeting. We are going to go next into closed session. So pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Number 1, Director of Advanced Programs. Number 2, Director of Secondary and Elementary Education. And number 3, Principal. Item 8B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. Item 8C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, deliberation regarding real property. Item 8D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to possible redistricting of the trustee single-member districts resulting from the 2020 census. Item 8E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.089, attorney consultation regarding legal issues and deliberations regarding security devices or security audits. 8F, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. Item 8G, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 418.183F, deliberation about information covered by Texas Government Code Section 418.175 through 418.182. Item 8H, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding potential legal issues related to district procurement practices and purchases, bond practices and expenses, credit card purchases, and district-wide systems by staff, including central office administration, including superintendent. And item 8I, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.076, and 551.089, deliberate the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices. So the time is now 6:14, and we will be going into closed session. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 8:25. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. We will now move on to item 9 so that we can consider and take possible action regarding the items discussed in closed session. Item 9A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, Director of Advanced Programs, and the rest of the ones listed here. Do we have our voting mechanism set up? Okay.
I
there
move we
go. Now can see it.
approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
I second.
That's been moved and seconded, and then let the record also show that Ms. Eaton arrived during our closed session and is now present. I don't know if he's gonna. Are you gonna change that, or do I just click proceed? He's working on it. Okay.
I think they're having a little problem.
I think he's just updating Ms. Eaton's. Oh, here we go.
I think the best thing to do is exit the software and then enter it again, and then rethink the vote.
I don't know how to do that.
I can do
Okay. That's too fancy for me. Okay. All right, so we're going to take our roll one more time. So if everybody could mark your attendance first. This is not voting, this is just marking your attendance. No? Okay, let me see. Now try it. All right, so now we're all present, and now, so we're voting on item 9A. It was moved and seconded, and now we can vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Item 9B, consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to potential anticipated or pending construction litigation and construction issues. No action on that item. Item 9C, consider and take possible action regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. No action will be taken there. And 9D, discussion and possible action regarding possible redistricting of the trustee single-member districts resulting from the 2020 census.
I move to direct the administration and legal counsel to consult with the demographer and bring forward options for consideration and a plan for community meetings in each individual single-member district.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so we'll go ahead and vote on D.
Bless you.
All right, that has passed unanimously. Item 9E, consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to security devices or security audits. No action. And then 9F, consider and take possible action regarding deliberation of information covered by Texas Government Code Section 418.175-418.182. I move that we proceed as discussed in closed session.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so give me a second. We can vote. It's waiting. There we go. Okay. That has passed unanimously. Item 9G, consider and take possible action regarding potential legal issues related to district procurement practices and purchases, bond practices and expenses, credit card purchases, and district-wide systems by staff, including central office administration, including superintendent.
I move that we waive the attorney-client confidentiality to release this report to the public. I take it back. You're right. I did say to table this motion so that we can bring it up at the next
Okay.
meeting. So let me redo it, Jen.
Okay.
I move that we table this motion and bring it to the next meeting for discussion and approval of waiving the attorney-client confidentiality agreement.
Okay, so that is tabled for the next meeting. And
Don't even need
yeah,
a second?
do we need to vote on tabling it? Okay, we can go ahead and vote. Yeah, okay. All right, so that was moved and seconded by Ms. Eaton. Let me go ahead. There we go. So this is voting to table. Right. And 9H, consider and take possible action regarding the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices. No action on that item. Okay, so now that we've done the end of the agenda, we're going to go back to the beginning now. So we are now going to move on to item 4A, state accountability data.
Yes, ma'am, it should be in a booklet. Good evening, Madam President, Vice President, and Secretary, and the rest of the board on this evening. And again, just like Dr. Ball has just said, this is preliminary data from the 2022 STAR. The release of accountability and the finalization of data will not be until August the 12th. Will be sent to districts on August the 12th and released to the public on August the 15th. We will not get the official TAPAR report that shows all of the data and the advanced academics and teacher retention. All of that will not be released until December. So again, this is very preliminary data that we're going to be sharing on this evening. I'm going to start with grades 3 through 8, and in your packet that you have in front of you has a lot more information given to you than I'm going to try to cover on this evening. I'm not trying to keep everyone here all night, but I did want to make sure that it was very thorough, the information that we were going to be sharing with you on this evening. So when we're looking at grades 3 through 8, I have given you right in front of you is the STAR report for grades 3 through 8 math. If you're looking at your screen, anything in red are the students that did not pass. Anything in purple are students that were approaching grade level. Gray are students that are meeting the grade level. That means they're on grade level. And then the green is on grade level and beyond. So we're looking at 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And historically, we have struggled with math in grades 3 through 8 as well as in Algebra 1 in high school. So what we're looking at those percentages right now, everything that is in red, those are the students that we're going to have to be working with this upcoming school year. We actually started that process in the summertime with House Bill 4545. We are required by law to provide 30 hours of remediation for each test the students do not pass. And so we started that process in the summertime, and we will continue in the fall for the students that did not attend summer House Bill 4545 remediation. Our Spanish, we did take a hit this year in Spanish and math as well as in reading. As if you're looking there, we're looking at 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Also in 6th grade, we saw a little bit of a hit there, and we are attributing to we're still trying to come out of the cycle from COVID where kids missed out a full year and a half of direct instruction. So we're looking at that, and we know that we would love to see that purple move over into the gray, where we will see kids on grade level, but we are working fiercely trying to get them back on grade level and try to fill the gaps that were brought about because of COVID.
Can I just ask one clarifying
Yes, ma'am.
question? I'm trying to do the mental math here. This one's easier because it's 25 and 75. I can do that. So the gray and green bars overlap with the purple, right? Like
Yes.
the kids that are in those gray and green are also in the purple.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you're looking at our data, you're looking at it from the standpoint of the red being the kids that did not pass at all. But when you're looking at the approaches area, that purple area, it includes the meets and the masters. That makes sense. I just spent all day yesterday and today with Region 20 and TEA and talking about how those kids count for us in 3 different ways. If they hit masters, they'll count for us twice. If they hit meets, they'll count for us once. So those type of things. It's like looking at how the kids, everybody that hits approaches, they will count for us as well as right. So it's that total number of how many kids met and surpassed. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. And then we're looking at science and social studies percentages. Social studies, we did take a bit of a hit this year. And we know what we're looking at right now in data when we're breaking it down to what we call the standards. In the data, we are noticing that missing that year and a half of direct instruction, they missed a year and a half of actual learning the history that they needed to know in order to do well on the 8th grade social studies test. So next, what you have in front of you are our campus data. That was one of the things that was asked for us to provide. And so we're looking at grade 3, and this is a combination of both the English scores and the Spanish scores. And all of our elementary campuses in grade 3, the number of students that tested at each grade level, and then the approaches, meets, and masters at that grade level, and also the component score. The component score is the overall score for approaches, meets, and masters added together and divided by 3. And we use the component score as a way to lead into the overall domain performance. Grade 4, Spanish and English. And again, we're looking at the campuses that are performing well. We're looking at where they are for meets and masters. And so when you're looking at the overall data for each of our campuses, the campuses where we are performing below what we feel that the state is already at, then we are looking at what we need to do to get that campus to increase their performance at the approaches level. And then if they're at the approaches level, we're looking at what you need to do to move to meets and then increase your masters. And in order to make it easier for you to look at the information that's provided there, we have ranked them. Not necessarily we went from the highest scoring down to the lowest scoring. And I used to hate that when I was a principal in the school because I never wanted to be down at the bottom. But I do know that in order for you, sometimes it's, good competition is good between campuses and whatnot. So we do offer that information to our principals in that format too. Grade 5, English and Spanish, preliminary. And we keep saying preliminary because you have to understand that when we do the October snapshot, we pull, when you get your scores in, you're getting every kid that tested, and then you have to pull that October snapshot out of that in order to see the kids that are going to more or less count for your accountability for that school year. And so that is why we push really hard, even though we want to share preliminary reports. We like to wait until that accountability report comes out because that'll give you your true numbers for each campus. And then grade 5, science. Again, we have talked many times in our meetings with the board about the fact that we're not satisfied with what we're doing in approaches. Our goal is to increase the meets and the masters. grade 6 and 7, and 8th. And this is mathematics. And remember that we also have some of our 8th graders that are taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Sixth grade reading, 7th grade reading, and 8th grade reading. I will like to say that we did see a jump in our reading scores this year, which was great to see because that was one area that we were kind of worried about. We've been talking about literacy probably for the last 3 years, and it's looking like it's paying off, the different things that we're putting into place in our reading classes. 8th grade science and biology. And remember when you're looking at this data that our J-Care participation is a group of kids that are not at J-Care year-round. They're in and out of there. And so when you're looking at that really is looking, that performance is really going back to their home campus. But they were housed at J-Care at the time that we took the test. So this is my favorite part, is looking at 3-year data. Because we can always talk about what we've done on that one day and that snapshot on that one day, but when you're looking at, is our instructional system working in Judson ISD, that's where you start looking at your historical data. So our goal this year in Judson was trying to get our students back to the performance level where they were in 2019 before we had the blessing of the pandemic. That totally disrupted school as we know it. And so when you're looking at the data here, we were looking at it at 2 different ways. You looked at 2019, and I'm just going to use grade 3 mathematics as an example so you'll know what you're looking at. If you're looking at grade 3, in 2019, we were 75% approaches, 43% meets, and 19% masters with a component score of 46. So the first thing we wanted to do was compare 2019 to 2021. You can see what COVID did to us. We went from 75% down to 49% in approaches. And that also included not all of our kids were in classes to be tested. You went from 43% down to 19% in meets and 19% down to 7% in masters. That was a 21 percentage point drop. Okay? But I was encouraged because even though we did not get to the levels that we were at pre-COVID, we went from 49% up to 65% in approaches, 19% to 31%, and 7% up to and masters to 13% with an overall component score from 21 to 22 of a plus 15 points. So we're on the right track to try to get our kids back to where they were originally. But math is an area of concern because of the complexity of the numeracy, the vocabulary, the skills that kids need that they missed out in that year and a half, and we're going to have to fill that gap because even though we were teaching online, they were left to their own devices with trying to do the work that was provided and whatnot. And so we know that we're going to have to continue to be very strategic about what we're doing in the classroom as well as what we're giving the teachers on the curriculum guides and the formative and summative assessments to get the kids back to where they were. But looking at 2022 and looking at the preliminary numbers, we know that we're on track to get back to where we are and pass and move forward. And we saw the same thing. 7th grade math is one area that we're really focusing on for this next upcoming school year. It was a problem in 2019. It's continued. We took a huge drop when the kids went from 5th grade to 6th grade and then missed a whole year of 6th grade direct instruction and went into 7th grade. And so that gap is like a year and a half that we're trying to get kids back on track. Our reading, like I said, we celebrated this greatly when we saw the numbers come in because we were really worried about literacy and we've been worried about it for the last 3 years. But when you look at the numbers here, you can see the growth. We are, if you're looking at the reading scores, we are at where we were in 2019 and in some cases surpassed where we were in 2019 in reading. Science is another area, again, and we were looking at data today and yesterday and talking about the fact that that vocabulary, that academic vocabulary and that content vocabulary, we're going to have to fill those gaps because those tests are going to be heavy on it, will continue to be heavy on it, and then we're looking at the STAR redesign that's coming out in 2023. We will see that new test in 2023, and we know that literacy is one of the areas we're really going to have to continue to focus on, but as well as academic and content vocabulary. So what can I say? We had improved performance in reading in grades 3 through 8. That was either at or above 2019. Our math is still below where we want it to be for performance levels in 2019, but it's definitely higher than what we did in 2021 coming out of COVID. Our performance for science is still below 2019 scores, but it's still higher than so we know that we're on the right track for this upcoming school year. And then again, too, in social studies, we saw that little dip that we had in social studies. So any questions on grades 3 through 8?
Dr. Duhart, thank you so much for the information. It's really, really wonderful to see the gains and the delta between the previous year and this year. So when you look at the disaggregated information by campus, there are a number of low-performing campuses that are the ones that we historically see at the bottom of the list every time we look at some level of data, right? How are you leveraging the gains and the learnings and the growth from those higher performing campuses to leverage that for the lower performing? And I say that in a very general way. I don't know if I assume that there are standards, right? So I don't know if it's any difference in support. But did you teach me about universal targeting? No? Okay. So like I was looking at it's a framework, universal targeting, universalism targeting. So making sure that we have an overall goal, but then at the tactical approach by population or by track or whatever we're looking at, making sure that we approach that population differently.
Yes. And I can tell you that even this school year, our campuses that were historically performing lower, the specialists were put out at those campuses on a consistent basis. They had a standing meeting with not only the principal, but also working with the teachers that were on that campus. In addition to that, we did a lot more modeling with the teachers at that campus. We also did pull out, some of us was doing tutoring with kids at that campus in order to make sure that we got over that hump. And we started tracking that data like really, really quickly. A lot of the campuses, when we're looking at our campuses that are performing historically lower than the other campuses that we have in the district, personnel is an issue when we talk about personnel and providing the support that we need on site at the campuses and providing the support to the teachers on site.
Okay. Targeted universalism framework. That's what I was thinking. Sorry. Wasn't you?
No.
I usually get my best ideas from you.
I know you do, but it wasn't
And then the other thing that you mentioned was that reading is really paying off, and I apologize, I don't remember what grade you were referring to, but are there across the board? Okay, great. I don't know if it was a specific one. So is there any material, what's that? Oh, is there any material difference or changes to the structure that we've been applying that would alter course?
All of our teachers that were in the early grades had to go through the Science of Reading academies. That was required by the state. And we can see the difference because it really drilled down to understanding reading instruction. Because unfortunately, and I think the state realized it also, that teachers are coming out of college without that early literacy under control or the early literacy in their toolkit. And so what the state came through with the reading academies is requiring teachers that were in kinder, first, second, and third grade to go through the reading academies and to learn the science of reading. And I think that has really helped. In addition to the tool that we were using for our universal screener, Amplify also had, in addition to that, like if a kid took the Amplify screener and it showed that they had a weakness in a particular area, the Amplify provided lessons that the kids could work on that would target specifically that area of weakness for that child. And the teachers were able to use those lessons in small group. So it's not only using the tool to identify where the areas of growth were needed for that child, but also providing the resources immediately to work with with the child on the areas of growth.
Okay. I think I'm going to yield for now.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Toppin, did the training that the teachers took in reading, did it also help those kids on the math test where they had to solve the problem by the word problems because
Right.
of so they needed to have that strength in their reading skills to also be able to relate it to those word math problems?
What we know for a certainty is that when a child has a reading
Yes,
problem,
absolutely.
it
Yes, ma'am.
impacts every other subject area
Yes,
of
ma'am.
testing.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so when Ms. Johnson gets up here and talks about the literacy story in Judson ISD, it's what we need to do. If our kids cannot read, they're not going to be able to do math. They're not going to be able to do science. They're not
Yes,
going to be
ma'am.
able to do social
Studies.
because all of those tests are reading tests. And the way that the state is going now with the STAR redesign that's going to kick in the spring of 2023, there's more reading on the test than has ever been before in every content area. And so what we are trying to do is making sure, and one of our goals for this upcoming, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but one of the goals this year is like literacy wall to wall. No matter if you're in PE, athletics, we must be reading and writing, speaking and listening. And we have to make sure that we're doing instructional strategies around that.
Thank you, Dr. Toppin.
I still have to go through high school. Any more questions?
Yeah, I will say that this is a hard climb because of COVID and what we're doing. And I was standing in the back listening to the presentation because I had a stretch, but I was paying attention to the data and the 3-year trends and to my colleague's point, Mr. Diaz's. We do see again a need for more to be done at some of the schools in the southern part of our district. Have we given any consideration about partnering with parents or families in some of these schools? I guess I'm just trying to think in general, what other strategies are we employing to help with reading to students or things like that at some of the schools that require some support?
I know that all the schools this year did literacy nights. That was one of the things that we really pushed from the district office in order to get the parents in to show them the reading strategies that they could do with their child at home. For that. Another thing that we did with our pre-K parent academies, because it starts as early as pre-K, being able to come in and know your letters and whatnot, that kind of gets the kids in on the right footing to be successful in kinder first and second, and to be reading at the level we need them to be reading at the end of the first grade. And so we did pre-K parent academies at every school in the district. The literacy night was something that we continued to push with our literacy and math nights at each of the campuses. And so we know that parent engagement is key, and we have to get them at the early part and not only keep them at pre-K, but also keep them all the way through 5th grade and through 6th grade and all the way up into high school. But like we said, we have to make sure that we're stressing with our teachers as well as our principals that we have to make every minute count when we have the kid with us inside the classroom every day. Because we can't control the factors outside of the classroom, and we can only influence them.
And that I appreciate, and obviously I expect with the added positions and curriculum that we're putting in secondary, and
Yes.
that's going to be very helpful. One of the things with Amplify is it didn't, when Ms. Johnson presented, didn't break down the campuses. I mean, this obviously you've broken down everything for us to get a really strong indication. But just remember the Amplify. I think I requested that breakdown, Dr. Ball, in terms. So, but I guess furthermore, the other strategy that I'd like a little more on is what we're doing after school, because I do maintain that a strong after-school programming for some of our students who don't have support at home could benefit. So what have we done in terms of that?
A lot of the schools are doing, because of House Bill 4545, we have to offer those 30 hours. What we're seeing, though, in elementary, we're trying to get those 30 hours within the pull-outs during the school day. Now, at the middle school level, we are doing after school. We're doing extended day. We did extended day this past school year. We also did Saturday school at the high schools. Before school, before school tutoring, after school tutoring, in those content areas, trying to make any kind of configuration to get those 30 hours of remediation that each child needed.
Yeah, I was going to say that was for recovery, though, right? That's not to get ahead. That's just to.
No, it's accelerated learning.
Okay. All right.
To get back on track, to get back on grade level.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Excellent presentation, Dr. Toppin. Thank
Well, we
you.
still got a
She
little bit
still
more
has
to go.
high school.
I'm trying to make it quick.
I'm sorry.
EOC high school, again, we're looking at English 1, English 2, and Algebra 1, biology, and U.S. history. And again, the difference between high school, middle school, and elementary is that at high school, they must pass all 5 tests in order to graduate. And so the onus becomes very clear at the beginning of their freshman year when they take that English 1 and Algebra 1 test. It's our goal to make sure they're on track for graduation at the end of that freshman year, so they are not lagging and looking at English 1, English 2, or any test their senior year when they get ready to graduate. So when we're looking at, and I will tell you when you're looking at this really briefly, I'm going to touch on it a little bit later, but English 1 and 2 is our area that we are trying to focus on for high school. But I will tell you that when you're looking at the data, we're not where we were back in 2019 when we first started this test with TAX, and with going from TAX into STAR, and that writing test came out, and we were, you can tell in our data, we were hit. And so we're trying to make sure that we're continuing to do those strategies and do that strategic planning in order to turn that data around. So when you're looking at all of our campuses, the way they have performed on English 1 and 2, and you can look at the data, this district, we're at a 46%, at a 51% for approaches in English 1 and 2. And the bulk of that is because it's not only a reading test, the students have to write an essay. And so when you're looking at the reading part of it, the bulk of the test is reading, but that essay does count quite a bit. So they can't miss a lot in the reading section and also fail the essay because it'll overall tank their score. Algebra 1 in biology. And then U.S. history. So when you're looking at your data trends, and this is what I'm talking about, in 2019 is when we first saw that STAR test change over from 2013, and then we had time to get ready for it. We started at 25% passage rate in approaches. And every year it's been a struggle. We saw a great gain in spring of 2021, right after STAR, and we didn't have any scores. Remember, we took it in the fall of 2020 and then had no scores in the spring of 2020. But we're right back down, going down on a downward slide for English 1 and 2 right now. And so we're looking at that, even though it's only 1.8 points, we're not wanting to go backwards. We're wanting to gain the momentum. And so what we are doing with all of our curriculum guides are going back in and looking at alignment to what the state standards is asking for in the TEKS and what we are having our teachers do in the classroom. So like I said, we started very low in 2019 with our English 1 and English 2 scores. We're showing growth, significant growth, but we're still not where we were in 2021. So we're definitely going to have to focus on those areas there. Algebra 1 in biology and U.S. history. So what we're finding right now, and this is the thing that we're looking at, is because we've had the lack of teachers, we're getting a lot of teachers that are coming in from alternative certification. And so we know that as a curriculum department, which is why I asked for the assistant and the extra bodies in CNI, is because we're going to have to provide a level of support that we haven't had to before because of the number of teachers that are going to be coming into our classrooms that don't have the traditional education background. And so we're going to have to do a lot with, you know, how we were joking about it today, but not really joking, talking about how we used to take the TEKS and break them down and circle the verbs and look at that and look at the alignment of the activity and what the TEK is saying. I'm talking about that level of understanding, the conceptual understanding of the standards, and so that we can teach to the level of the rigor of the TEK. I keep going back to that. We have to be at the rigor of what the standard is saying for us to do. So after we looked at all of that data and going back and looking at the board goals that you set with Ms. Arbonitis a few months ago, and so it feels like years. We've been in it for a minute. So one of the goals is that you wanted to make sure that the third grade students, that they are going to score at the meets grade level or higher on STAR reading. And so we were at a 31%, and we wanted to be at a 45% for 2027. If you look at that graph there, you can tell that we surpassed that goal already this year. So we're going to have to go back and sit down with Ms. Patricia and rewrite the goal because we're passing where we wanted to. So we're on target to meet. And so what I went through and I just wanted to show you from 2019, 2021, 2022, where our main 5 subpopulations were at with our student groups and where they are performing. And like I said, we saw a big growth in reading this year. Another way to look at that is this way. So our goal was 32% based on what we had done the year before. So we always have to look at special ed and look at the ways that we're scaffolding that. And I know that we talk about it all the time in the special ed department. We have to look at growth. We have to look at growth because some of our babies will struggle with passing a test, but if we can get them to grow and move, then that's what we're trying to do. In math, we wanted to go from a 21% for meets to 46%. And again, we're talking about meets, not approaches, because remember, approaches means you're approaching grade level, meets means you're on grade level. And so our goal this year was 24%, coming out of that deficit of 21% from the year before. We surpassed that goal. We came in at 31%. So that may mean we need to go back and maybe adjust the targets, the yearly targets that we have already put into place for this goal. This is looking at it with all of our student populations. This is another way to look at it. And then you will see right here African Americans and our special ed populations, the area that we're going to have to focus on. Our 7th grade math scores, and this is the one that we did change and we went back to approaches because our approaches was nowhere near where we wanted it to be. So this is the one goal that we made, that we went with approaches rather than meets because we're trying to get the kids back on grade level to even get close to their grade level. Our goal this year was 26% because we were coming out of a deficit of 26% and we knew that we were going to be an uphill journey for this year. And so we came in at 37%. And this is the goal that we had a lot of conversation about in those meetings, a lot of conversations. And so it's encouraging to see that we're tracking a little bit higher than what we thought we were going to come in, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us. And this is another way to look at our student populations. CCMR, now I'm going to remind you that the CCMR data is very different from any other data. We lag behind a year or 2 years depending on what part of the data you're looking at. And so when I show where we are with this, you're going to see like how we're like that, but remember we're in 2022. 2022 is going to be 2021 data. And some of that data would be from 2020, whatever data they can scourge from there because of the way it lags behind, okay? Our goal this year was 51%. We missed it by 1%. Not happy. We got a yellow. And then this is with our student population. And you can see we have to go back to 2017-18, 2018-19, and 2019-20. So looking ahead. And so it doesn't do any good to look at data and just look at data because it's no good to be data rich and action poor. So what are we going to do? We know exactly where we are even with our preliminary data. So these are the things that we're working on right now in the C&I department and the special ed department as well as the bilingual department as looking ahead, looking at where our data is right now, what do we need to do? We are revising our curriculum guides and our assessments that we have been using in the district, because I really wanted us to focus on the letter of the law of the TEAC. And we had a lot of things in our curriculum guide, and you know, when you give people a lot, it's too overwhelming. So we streamlined them down again and made them really looking at what is the TEAC saying, what do the kids have to know, and these are the activities and the instructional strategies that you can use to teach that. We also went back and sat down with our elementary grades, and we combined English and social studies, math and science. So when you look at the curriculum guides now, you're going to see the commonalities that are the similarities in those curriculum guides. So a teacher's not flipping through 4 different things. You only have to look at English and social studies, and then science and math. We also went back to the whole thing about the conceptual understanding of the TEACs, the conceptual understanding of what the state is requiring of us to teach in that particular standard. What we have found in working with our teachers this year, that TEACs are not being taught in college, not the way that we need them to be taught. And so we have really stressed with our principals, and we're working at also at the district level, we are bringing in resources that will break down the meaning of what the concepts are in the TEACs, as well as the level of the verb in the TEAC, in order to guide the type of activities that you're doing. We're also including this year a pacing calendar in the curriculum guide, so we won't have people thinking that they got to spend 7 days on a TEAC when it only has been tested once in the last 13 years. So really looking at pacing your lessons and really talking about how to go from a standard to go to a lesson plan, how to plan from a curriculum guide, because the curriculum guide is only a guide for what you should be teaching in that unit. You got to be able to create lesson plans based on that curriculum guide. So we're leading that. We
Dr.
also
Totten,
yes,
excuse
ma'am.
me. However, isn't our district doing their own curriculum
Yes,
guide?
ma'am.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at research, that's the best type of curriculum to have, because you can tailor it to the needs of your district. The other thing is we're really stressing literacy in math, literacy in social studies, literacy in science, literacy in English, which is the natural thing, but we're saying we don't have to be an English teacher, but your kids should be reading and writing in every single class. And then we're looking at the alignment to the STAR redesign, because it is going to be a game changer for the testing that our kids are going. In some ways, it looks like it's going to be better for our kids, but it is very different from what they've seen before, as far as what they're going to be seeing in every content area. Tier 1 instruction. I'm a firm believer that it's in the classroom with their teacher where kids get back to where they need to be. We have intervention classes, we have pull-outs, we have tutoring, but Tier 1 instruction, what happens every day in that classroom with that teacher, has got to be effective. And so we're really looking at what kind of tools are we providing to our teachers for Tier 1 instruction. What are we teaching? Are we teaching to the level of the rigor of the TEAC, and are we in alignment? And if we align Tier 1 instruction to where they're going to be assessed, then we are going to be able to make sure that every kid is where they need to be. The other thing that we have realized, and what I've realized just this year, is that we've got to build capacity at every level. We got to start with our principals, start with our assistant principals, go to our academic leaders, go down to the teachers, go down to the paraprofessionals. Everybody has to be built up. So we have to do development for everyone so we can help kids at every angle and at every level.
Quick question.
Yes.
Just so I don't underappreciate what you're saying, and I'm probably the only one up here. What is Tier 1 instruction?
Tier 1 instruction is what happens with, if I'm your teacher, you're with me. If I'm in elementary school, you're with me all day. Tier 1 is like in that classroom with that teacher. When we go to Tier 2, is like that student will go to someone else in a small group setting to work with them one-on-one. Tier 3, they may be pulling in like a specialist, like a dyslexia specialist, to work with that child. So what we're trying to focus on is what we're trying to make the instruction that's happening with that teacher, who's the teacher of record for that child, to be at this level, so we won't have to go to Tier 3 and Tier 2 and Tier 3. So Tier 1 instruction is like, I have 25 kids assigned to me, all my kids are going to get what they need, and they're going to be on level when they leave me. I'm sorry, I should have explained that. The other one is accelerated learning. House Bill 4545 pushed us into this. We were already doing it, but it's now we're having to monitor it on a level that we never thought we would have to. But it's basically making sure that we are the kids that are not performing where they need to be. They're not being successful on STAR. They're not being successful in their classes. What are we doing about it to get the kid back on track? So we're doing curriculum guides for all of our remediation classes, being more strategic about what's being taught in those classes. We're bringing on MAP, which I am extremely excited about because it is a more detailed universal screener that's going to be able to pinpoint where kids are struggling, and then we will know exactly what we need to do in order to get that kid back on track. That's all. And I know I told my team, I said, there's so many things that we need to focus on, but we need to pick a few things and do those very well to make sure that we meet the needs of our students this year.
Thank you. I had a question about the high school data.
Yes.
So I know the window for retests was like end of June-ish, and that data's starting to come in. Is that, so the data we saw today did not include students who may have retaken the test this summer, I'm assuming, correct?
No.
And then
with the
August data would get that.
August data, right. Well, the August data won't include that. Because the way the testing cycle ends, it starts in the summer. The way the testing cycle is, it starts in the summertime. So we do summer, December, spring.
Okay.
And so the data that we get for June will go on this upcoming year's data.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
The data that will be in August will be coming from last June.
Yeah. Because something I was noticing is the high school board goal that we made was around CCMR, and that was a strategic decision on our part, but it really seems to maybe mask a little bit that was the real pain point, was the high school, and particularly it seems like, and this is to be expected, our kiddos who were transitioning from middle school to high school during the COVID. And I know my husband's a high school teacher. I heard from lots of high school teachers and administrators that particularly ninth graders had a really hard time with that transition this year and last year. And I think that's definitely reflected in the data. So I'm curious as to, beyond just like, the academic needs that those students have, I think a lot of that was like a social emotional transition that happened, and I'm curious what's happening there to support those students in addition to the academic needs they have.
For social emotional, we have purchased curriculum that is specifically talking about that. And we're training our teachers, especially at the secondary level, because we already have a curriculum at the elementary level that seems to be working really well. We purchased the 7 habits of, yes, thank you. We've purchased that for our secondary students, and we are training our teachers on it this upcoming fall to implement it into our classrooms.
And then the other question I had related to that is, I imagine attendance was also a factor.
Absolutely.
And so what are our strategies for the upcoming year, especially with the older students? I know attendance is always something we try to push, but like particularly with the group of students who are maybe showing a perpetual absences.
We have truancy officers that are assigned to their secondary campuses. We're being very proactive. I did meet with the principals about 3 weeks ago, I believe, talking about all the reports that you can run to track kids that are consistently showing low attendance. We also ran truancy meetings with parents that were invited. The letter got sent from the truancy court by the city, but we held those on campus so we could talk with the parents about putting things in place for their child, because truancy was an issue. Especially at our secondary campuses. So we're going to continue with that effort. We're also going to continue with working with coming up with interventions that will directly, because when we're looking at kids that are failing multiple classes because they're not in school, you got to make a plan. and how to attack that. So our truancy officers are getting training, more training on how to make that work and how to work in conjunction with our attendance clerks at the campuses, and then with the principals assigning a assistant principal that is your job to monitor the attendance of our students, and using those reports to effectively target kids that are showing that it's a behavior. It goes under that RTI for behavior, and so kind of making sure, and we're revamping that particular part of the response to intervention also to target kids that are falling in that area, because it does have an impact on their grades and it has an impact on how they perform on state assessments.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Mr. Macias.
The high school data, is it also in here?
Yes.
Okay. It's just not presented like you have it here, though, right? It's a little different, or is it the same
I
thing?
gave you a lot more detailed.
Yeah,
on that
there,
one, but you
it's
can
laid out
definitely have the
differently.
PowerPoint if you would like that too.
It's helpful, I follow along on that,
And I must
too.
say thank you to Ms. Elba Contreras, which is our Director of Accountability and Assessment, because we've been working very furiously.
Well, very good, very good. Well, no, thank you. I do like the presentation, and obviously it looks like we're exceeding what our initial expectations were out of COVID with the metrics that you're providing, which would have saved a lot of debate if we would have just jumped on it. But I applaud that effort, and certainly, again, want to see this continuance, especially with the support that we're putting out to ensure that happens. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Knoyer.
Thank you. This is my jam, looking at data and scores, and I want to commend our teachers.
Yes.
Because this shows some truly strategic instruction to help remediate those areas where students were deficient. And I'm really, really proud of our staff, and I want to thank you, Dr. Toppin, and all the people in the curriculum department who really worked to help and assist to make these things happen. I feel a lot better about where we're headed, and I'm excited to see where we can go. Looking at data is a big way to indicate what we're doing effectively and where we need to go next. So thank you for that. Appreciate you.
You do. Okay, Mr. Diaz.
Quick question. Did you expect the accelerated growth in this year? Is that an unfair question? So I know that we met and exceeded goals. So, like in the process, did you expect this level of accelerated growth?
To be honest,
And that's not a judgment statement, it's just curious.
To be honest, no, because and that's not any knock on our teachers. I knew what we were up against.
Sure.
And I also knew what we were looking at in the preliminary data from our universal screeners at the beginning of the year that showed significant gaps coming in. We screened our kids at the beginning of the year, and we were looking at those numbers and like, okay, this is going to be a year that we're going to be pushing up the hill. And so to see that our teachers pulled off nothing less short of a miracle.
Sure.
It gives me goosebumps. And I saw it firsthand in classrooms where it's like we can't make excuses for where the kids are. We're going to take them just like what they are, where they're coming in the door, and we're going to meet them where they are, but we're going to try to push them as far as we can to get them to where we need them to be. And it exceeded what I even felt that we could do in a year's time. So I am ecstatic, and not only ecstatic, but excited about next year, because I feel that, I feel we're shaking off whatever the dregs of COVID and the pandemic and what it did to us, and I'm excited about what we're going to be doing in this upcoming year, and I'm excited about the team that y'all have allowed us to put together, because just seeing and working with them closely for the last 2 days, I know that was the right decision to do, and we're going to be doing some great things this year.
That's awesome. No, the gains are super impressive. So I think this is our first official review right on this framework. So I'm an introvert, but woohoo.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Yes.
because this is awesome. And admittedly, I'm probably the slowest one on this dais, so thank you for breaking down the goals so clearly. Because as we were looking at the first part of it, I was obviously trying to drink from a fire hose, but this is a really nice way to structure the goals. So thank you for all the hard work to you and everybody else.
All right, thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? All right, thank you.
If everybody could just remember to bring those packets with you on Tuesday, so we don't have to run those off again when we do our work with Patricia. And unless you want to give them back, and I promise to give them back to you on Tuesday, we're going to continue to discuss these, so you'll need that data again.
Could we also get like maybe a laminated set of our board? Well, now it seems like we might be revising our
Right.
board goals
But
again.
I'll bring a copy and
yeah,
then-
I think to have on the dais, because I
Sure.
forget to bring my copy to the meetings.
Not a problem. We can provide those for Tuesday, and then we'll have to update it.
Yeah. All right, moving on to 4B, athletic measures of success.
Yeah, we'll have Coach Corrales set up for her presentation, but while she does that, I want to remind the board that just as Mary mentioned, lots of components that go into this, whether it's the counselors, the truancy officers, we're all as a district working towards these goals and making sure that we're maximizing all the efforts that we have within our district. And lots of research shows that keeping our students engaged is one way for us to meet our goals. So Coach Corrales will talk about the efforts that the athletic department is doing across the district to help us meet these goals.
Good evening, Board President and Board members, Dr. Ball. Before I begin this evening, I want to thank one person publicly, and her name is Ms. Propula from the PEMS department. When I asked her for this data, I thought she looked like a ghost, and she was freaked out. But I thought it was very important, and she worked very hard and put a lot of time into helping me get this data. So I just wanted to thank her. Sometimes the people behind the scenes, you don't really, they don't get the acknowledgement they deserve. I'd also like to thank my team, Carl Pointer, Athletic Director, and Ruby De La Garza, Assistant Director of Athletics, who put so much effort into everything that we do. I want to also thank you as a board for allowing our department to share our review with you. It's so much more than athletics or competition. I truly believe that you get paid for brains in the real world. And in order to contribute to whatever level, elementary, middle, or high school, certain factors are very important to the success in competition. And those factors, those measures of success, I know I did as a coach, and I paid attention to these measures. It was no accident how successful we were. It was because we had, in this order, worked hard to build better people, better students, and then better athletes, in that order. And that's what our department is working to build. If you look at the front page of your packet, if you follow us on any type of social media, you will see the hashtag Growing Leaders. I truly believe that we have, from the bottom up, not just high school sports, not just football, but a grassroots effort to build leaders on the court, in the community, in competition, and in the classroom. The three pillars that we model and go by in our department are, we call it the PAC. That's we operate with professionalism, accountability, and communication. Those are our standards of excellence. A message from our leaders as we go through this is really big. I'm really big on expectations, and I think a lot of people are, and I think a lot of coaches are, and I think a lot of teachers are. But where people fall short is this right here. Expectations without accountability is useless, and it provides no measurement at all. We will continue to strive for excellence in everything we do by raising the bar and leading the way. So what did we measure? We measured attendance. This data was collected for all students that were absent at least one day during a 9-week period for the 2021-22 school year. This does not include any type of school business absence. The second thing we measured was discipline. Data was collected for any student who had one discipline referral the entire school year. So that could be anything from maybe a cuss word in a hallway to a fight in a cafeteria. We measured all of it. We didn't just do the extreme referrals. The third thing we measured was advanced courses. So are the student athletes taking pre-AP, AP, honors, IB courses? Are they trying to better themselves in the classroom? And the last thing we measured was the failure rate. Now we go by 9 weeks, not semesters, to be eligible. So what I measured was, did they fail at least one class during a 9-week for the entire school year at any time? So those are things that we're going to look at right now. But before we get there, there is a scoreboard, and a beautiful one that y'all purchased for us. Thank you. But it is a competition. So these are the records of the last 2 years from each head coach and what they did during district play. We only measured district play because that's how you have to come out in order to make the playoffs. You have to be 1, 2, 3, or 4. So some of the areas you'll see that we have a major need for improvement, and then some areas are succeeding. This is a baseline. This document is a baseline that's going to help us to help our leaders be better. This is not a knock on anybody in particular. It's just that's part of why they get paid, all right? Also to win games. So we're going to start with participation numbers. So with the numbers you see next to the school's name in parentheses, that's the enrollment number for that school. So example, we'll look at Kirby Middle School. They had 631 students enrolled. Out of those 631 students, they had 172 that were student athletes and 459 that were non-athletes. That's a problem. That's something that we will address. We have to get the kids involved. We have to get them to do something. And if it's not athletics, it can be fine arts, it can be something. But I want these kids to be involved, not just at the high school, but at the middle school. You take a look at Wagner High School. Their enrollment was 2293. They had, of that, 530 student athletes and 1763 that were not. Pretty decent number. So, what does all this mean? Because these are goals, these are measures of success. So everything you're going to see is going to have a 3-year goal. So at the bottom, we would like to raise that 5% per year. So currently we have 3,052 total student athletes in our district. Next year, we'd like to raise that by 5% to 3,204, and then so on, 3,364 and 3,532. The next measure is attendance. Sorry, there we go. This was a big one because I asked Dr. Ball, what would be a good attendance number? What do y'all look at where you would be a proud superintendent? And she said about 92%. So a few schools are there, but there are a few schools that you will see that need some help, need some work. So if they were absent at least one time during the school year that was not related to school business, so the athletes at Judson High School are going to school 90% of the time. The non-athletes are going to school 88% of the time. You can see someone that's really excelling. That would be Kitty Hawk Middle School. Their athletes are going to school 93.6% of the time, where their non-athletes are at 90.8% of the time. The goal there is to raise that by 1.5% per year. Next one is discipline. This one is definitely not by any means our expectations and needs to be improved and will be addressed. But like I said before, if they had even just one referral throughout the year, they're going to be marked. So Veterans Memorial did a great job. Out of their athletes, 586, 135 of them had at least one referral throughout the year. That's 23%. Compared to the students who are non-athletes at Veterans Memorial, 54%. So you can see that those coaches are doing a great job of holding them down and holding them accountable. But there are some schools, like Metzger Middle School, where 60% of the athletes have had at least one referral. Those are areas that need to be addressed. It's okay, as long as we're transparent. This is a baseline and we know what we need to work on. If we don't have these numbers, then we can't just think, oh, because you're winning, you're doing a great job. No, because eventually it'll catch up to you and it'll bite us. Next thing we're looking at is advanced courses. Are they challenging themselves in the classroom? So we'll look at Woodlake Middle School. 43% of those kids, that means 86 out of their 206 athletes took at least one course that was advanced, compared to 34% of the non-athletes. That goal we would like to raise by 3% per year. Currently, we're at 34% of the student athletes total in the district take at least one advanced course. We'd like to get that to 37%, then 40%, and then eventually to 43%, which I think would be phenomenal. Failure rate. This is a big one, and I know how to fix it. You're anxiously waiting for that, right? You'll see some good numbers. Example, Kitty Hawk. Only 17% of their kids failed at least one course through the 9 weeks through the year, while the non-athletes were at 36%. But then you look at, let's say, Judson High School or Judson Middle School, both of them in the 30s, 30% and 38%. The problem is this, is that coaches watch grades, grade checks, they follow them, OFIs, opportunity for improvement, when? During the season. What happens when that sport is over? That's what we're going to focus on. Keeping track, monitoring, following them from the first day of school to the last day of school. The same way you tell a teacher to teach bell to bell, right? Follow them, not just the sport's over, thank you for your service, goodbye. So we are going to make sure that we're tracking all of these goals. This has got to drop by 5% next year. It has to. We're going to pay attention to it. We're going to chart it. We already have an Excel sheet that we started with them, with the coaches at the end of the year. So it's 27% failure rate for athletes right now. In the district, we'd like to get that to 22, and then 17, and then eventually 12%. We get to 12%, I mean, this is going to be a well-oiled machine. It's going to be running. So department highlights. This is the things that we're pretty proud of. We focused on 4 things this year when we sat down as a staff. Number 1 was going to be retention. How are we going to keep our coaches? We had a back-to-school coaches orientation, which we brought them in. We went over expectations, guidelines. We had a seminar, a coaches leadership summit, which was called Growing Leaders, where we brought the coaches in and we talked to them and we gave them tools to succeed. We also did a book read with the staff. And just to help them feel a little bit valued, we created a National Women's Day video, and we spotlighted all the female coaches in our district. Student engagement. How are we going to keep them engaged? We had a Growing Leaders Student Athlete Leadership Summit where we had athletes from every single high school come and spend an entire day with us, mind you, on their day off from school. We also held middle school student athlete leadership councils, high school student athlete leadership councils that met once a month. We brought NFL flag football to the district. That's where 240 participants participated at no cost. Every single Sunday. And at that time I had a knee surgery, so my poor assistants had to be here from like 8 in the morning to 8 at night, dedicating our time to our youth. So I wanted to say that publicly as well to thank them. Talking about feeling valued, right? We had graduation stoles for all of our seniors, 281 of them, to acknowledge the faces, the look on their faces when they receive those stoles, priceless. Just valued for their hard work, their commitment to our district and our teams. We incorporated 2 words, character education, right? When I first got here, It was just at the high school. Now it's K through 12. All the elementary kids are doing character education, so are all of our middle schools. Third thing that we focused on was community engagement. How can we build the trust back with this community? How can we connect? How can we make them feel valued, not just us? So we had the GOAT monthly newsletter to let them know what was going on. There's so many good things these kids do besides playing a sport. And we wanted to let them know that. Every single sport had a Twitter account which highlighted kids, student athletes of the week, of the month, wins. Even they highlighted their losses and said, we have work to do. It was awesome. And the athletic department also had a Facebook, Twitter account. And we really wanted them to buy into storytelling, because if you don't tell your story, somebody else will. They'll fill in the holes for you. And we did not want to do that for our kids or our district. We wanted to flood social media with all the positive things that they're doing. And then the last thing we wanted to focus on is they're such great students. Let's honor them. So we had, for the first time ever, that it got out on social media. We had an academic all-state banquet. And I will tell you what, we just went to coaching school this week, and there's about 3-4 other school districts that said, we want that, do that. So we honored 42 seniors who made pretty much A's all 4 years of their career. And 90, what's the average? 92 or above average all 4 years. Not just during their season, not just their senior year, but all 4 years. They received a $500 scholarship from the Jeff Foundation, a yard sign. They received a Letterman patch for their jacket, for their Letterman jacket from the foundation. And believe it or not, a Dr. Seuss book, The Places You Will Go, right? So it was a pretty special event. So what's next? Retention will continue to be a focus with a goal of 2% or less than the district percentage. Collaborative evaluations were applied for the first time ever. I had a coach tell us, do you know that I have not been evaluated as a coach in 30 years? How do we know they're doing a good job? So we've had collaborative evaluations. We will have exit surveys that will be incorporated, and we will continue to conduct leadership surveys for growth. One of the first things we have is a retention. How are we going to keep our coaches? So starting next year, we're going to have 6 dates. Every coach not new to the profession, new to Judson ISD, 0 to 5 years will meet. What will we discuss? We're going to discuss practice planning. We're going to discuss relationships. We're going to discuss how to win the parents, fitting in the coach's office, managing a dual contract, homework balance, communication, the chain of command, navigating the digital world, evaluations, professional growth, interview resume, how to get the job, and then professional etiquette, how to leave the job. Hopefully they don't leave us. But if they do, we're going to teach them how to do it professionally. Those are the things we're going to meet with and discuss with them 6 times throughout the year and build that relationship with them so that they know us and we know them. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to build a pipeline. This has been a dream and a vision of mine for all the alumni, our ex-athletes, to, on these meetings of 0 to 5 leaders, I want them to zoom in, whether they're in college or the workforce or military, and zoom in and meet with us. And then hopefully, my vision is this, that the school board will approve the opportunity for them, if they come back to our district, that we could give them a stipend for returning. Now, I know that's down the road, but stay with me on that one, because I'm trying to bring them back. If we're going to put all this work into them while they're in high school and middle school and elementary, let's bring them back. And then the third thing I'm super excited about, it's called Operation Dog Tags. We're going to use this to unite the community and build trust. This is a veterans game. So it's a football game. We're starting with Wagner High School. We're going to team up every football player with a veteran. And we're going to have 72 veterans. We're going to put their rank on the back of that football jersey. 2 days prior, there's going to be a meet and greet with a dinner and a guest speaker. And they're going to learn about that veteran and what their sacrifice required. And so when they go out into the battlefield, which is their football field, they're going to play for that veteran with a lot of pride and a lot of heart. In addition to that, we've teamed up with the Golden Knights, who are going to jump out of a helicopter with every single flag, U.S., Texas, POW, and the Wagner flag. In addition to that, the entire referee crew will be veterans, and we're going to sell shirts, we're going to give out dog tags, and everything that we raise is going to go to Homes for Heroes. And they're going to go in there and they're going to fix these. Thank you. They're going to help these veterans who are struggling because of their disability. And what a better community to do that game than this community right here. So that's going to be Wagner versus San Marcos, and I hope all of you can make that game because it's going to be an amazing night. The last thing that no one has, I'm actually going to announce it for the first time tonight. I'm big on a grassroots effort, and we started with NFL flag, but it's not. I don't want it to be just about football. Understand that. I teamed up with I Play Sports, and we're going to bring volleyball, basketball, soccer, and tennis to our elementary schools. And out of our 20 elementary schools, we got 15 schools selected, 15 schools, and this is what they're going to get. They're going to play those seasons, then at the end of that, they're going to practice. At the end of those practice for 8 weeks, they're going to have a tournament against everybody in the whole city. And then they're going to do the next sport and the next sport. They will pay a coach after school to coach them up. Not only that, check this out. Every elementary school of those 15 will be able to get 25 kids. Those 25 kids are going to get a free shirt, free shorts, free socks, a free backpack, and free tennis shoes. Come on. All right? So it's about a grassroots effort. It's not just about high school football. It's not. It's so much more with our department than that. In conclusion, right? If you want something you've never had, you have to do something you've never done. We have served 3,052 student athletes. They've committed over 20 community service projects this year alone. And the 2021 graduating class received $13,579,281 in athletic scholarships. We believe Judson ISD can and will be the destination district in the state of Texas. We will continue to be the best in the community, in the classroom, and in competition. Thank you. So how will we monitor this? How will we put a pulse on it? We're going to develop from these measures of success. I believe in attacking. So many people want to attack weaknesses when they see a person struggling. I think the opposite. Attack their strength, build them up, and their weaknesses will come along. Address the weaknesses, but attack the strength. Not many people do that. They always just go to what they're not good at, write them up, growth plan them, cut them, kick them off the team, attack their strength, right? So we're going to put a pulse on these measures of success and not wait till the end of the year to tell a school, oh, well, you did bad. No, we're going to have what we call a Leaders' Cup. Okay, so we're going to make the measures of success a competition. So we'll have a 3-month check, a 6-month check, the end of the year check, and the school that led in each category is going to be our Leaders' Cup winner. Okay, so a lot of good things that we're doing. Do we have room for growth? Do we have areas in need or improvement? Absolutely, but by these measures of success, we know what they are, and we're gonna fix it. Any questions?
Ms. Knoyer.
Thank you. I was a nerd in high school. I was not an athlete. But I had my little nerd niche. And I think that my time as an elementary teacher did not help me to understand that and my background in high school. The importance of making sure we have all kinds of programs for students. Once I got on the board and started learning more about that, and I came to it with a very elementary, this particular thing with a very elementary frame of mind. But when we have students who find a place where they can excel, where they're wanted, where they have those teammates and those people around them that make them feel welcome, that's when they come to school, so attendance increases. That's when they come to school and learn, so their academics increase, their academic success increases. I am just beyond excited to see this change. We've never had data like this before. We've never had this kind of vision. And so, Dr. Ball, you did a great job in this hire. Coach, I'm just so impressed and so excited to see where we go. And I say a lot of this because I want the people out there to hear me. I've heard a lot of elementary teachers, and I probably was one of them, say, if they're not testing football on the star, why are we giving it so much attention? Right. This all explains exactly why athletics is important, not just at secondary level, but also at elementary level. And so I'm really excited to see where we go for this, and I want to thank you for bringing all this about.
Ms. King.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and it's great to be able to see that athletics is more than just sports. And it was great for us to be able to see all the aspects of this athletics program. I like that there was your goals and how they're going to be measured. Also, the department highlights, that was great. I attended the athletics all-state banquet, and that was great. Had a great time there, enjoyed the speaker and being able to talk to the different athletics there and their parents. So that was great. And also the next steps of this program, I'm happy that you highlighted that. And so some exciting stuff in the works here, and so I cannot wait to see this.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Eaton.
Coach,
Yes.
are you going to, have you made contact with like the Wounded Warrior program at all at Fort Sam?
No, we have not made contact with Wounded Warrior. We're going with Homes for Heroes. So those are kind of the two organizations that you can support and donate to.
Mm-hmm.
So we
No, I'm talking about as far as getting service members to come to the game.
Oh,
with
no, not in that
'cause
regard.
that's the kind of stuff
No, but
they love doing.
it's filling up fast, though. We only have
Okay.
72 slots, and we haven't really publicly put it out like I want to. We'll probably start that next week, and we already have 20 slots filled.
Okay, well, 21.
Yes, ma'am.
Please remember
Yes,
me.
ma'am.
Ms. Pichelle.
Thank you. Coach Corrales, Coach Pointer, Coach De La Garza, thank you for all the work that you have done for this district, for our students. I'm very passionate about athletics, very, very passionate about athletics. I was an athlete, and so I know the importance of camaraderie. I did have a couple questions, but you answered them. But let me just say to you what it was that I was thinking of when you were talking about the alums. In my head, I'm thinking Rashad Wisdom and Trey Flowers. And for those alums to come back and do camps, and not only do those camps, but can we encourage them to also give grants or scholarships to students that cannot afford? I don't know if those individual athletes can do it, but still thinking along the lines of grants and scholarships that we have once done before for these kids that parents couldn't afford. But I'm just so thankful for you all, the department, and what you're doing, your vision. I understand it completely. I always have. I've always known that every kid needs a reason to be at school. Otherwise, they find something else to do with our cars in the parking lot or out in the street. They'll find something else to do when they don't have anything else to do. And just going to school and going back home is boring. They need to be involved. They need to be involved in something. If it's not athletics, fine arts. And my son was a musical athlete. He sang in the choir and played football. But I'm just very, very thankful. You're on the right track. You guys are doing great, and keep it up.
Thank you.
Mr. Macias?
Yeah, usually I'm the most critical here, and I reserve the right to be most critical. But I will tell you that raising the bar is important, and what I see in some of this is raising that bar. So there's an expectation that this will evolve and will capture other data. I would recommend a number of athletes taking the SAT test. I would also recommend also looking at those that are at grade level. Things like that we could actually dig deeper in. But it also gave me a thought about all of the other extracurriculars and, in band and theater and such that could benefit from a program that's framed similar to this. We're looking at more engagement with our students starting from middle school where we see some challenges. So I actually see this as being beneficial even larger than just the athletic program. So I want to commend you and your team for this vision. I think it's quality, and I'm excited to see what it will do. One thing that's important, you mentioned earlier, and we've talked about this way before this, measuring what is coming out from our athletes, having data to really evaluate. So it sounds like you're really on track, and of course, I still wear your state championship ring from time to time, so I know the dedication and passion you have for our students, and I know how hard you will work on this. Obviously, this being the first iteration of this program, I think there's a lot more potential for it to do more and to impact students across the gamut, which I think is critical. The only other thing I would add is I love the alumni idea, but now that I'm the newly appointed Jeff Foundation member, one of the things I want to see is more coordination with our Jeff Foundation with alumni, because that's something that many years ago that has been talked about, trying to bring alumni to the foundation. Aligning with athletics just makes all kinds of sense. So looking forward to having more conversations about that. But this is a lot of work, and I know you've added this to all of our expectations. So I wish you luck and a good presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much. All right. Usually we do the consent agenda at the beginning, but now here we are at almost 10 o'clock doing the consent agenda. So item 5A, consider and take action regarding, so I'm going to read the consent agenda, and then if any member wants to pull an item, just let me know. Consider and take action regarding approving minutes from the regular meeting held on June 22nd, 2022. Excuse me? Oh, okay. Just making side conversation. Okay. Item 5B, consider and take action regarding approving of expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000. Item 5C, consider and take action regarding approving the financial statement as of May 31st, 2022. Item 5D, consider and take action regarding approving the submittal for request for proposal 21-09 for general instructional supplies. 5E, consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for requests for proposal 21-11 for student and athletic insurance. 5F, consider and take action regarding approving the cooperative purchasing management fees report. And 5G, consider and take action regarding approving the waiver of penalty and interest on property tax payments. All right, I didn't hear any of those items pulled, so do I have a motion for the consent agenda, items 5A,
Motion
B,
to
C,
approve
D?
all of the consent agenda items.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. And we will proceed to vote. All right, the consent agenda passes unanimously. We will move on to items 6, a discussion consideration of action items. Item 6A, consider and take possible action regarding approval of office supplies, furniture purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-2023 school year. Dr. Ball?
Yes. So, excuse me. So what you have before you is going to be several of the same things in regards to being able to purchase items for different categories in an amount, and this one specifically, in an amount not to exceed $2.7 million, and this is for office supplies and furniture purchased by all the schools and administrative offices, basically for the entire district.
And am I correct in understanding, we had some discussion during closed session about an audit of our procurement practices. This is in line with the best practices that were suggested by that audit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Macias?
And, I think I mentioned that I'm comfortable with this. This is definitely new, but provided that at every interval that the data is provided, if there is a year-over-year budget versus what that is going to be spent on, to get a sense of it, because actually when we're approving a set dollar amount, it is up to, so there's an expectation we're not going to spend all of that money. Some of it's coming back. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so this one, I think, didn't have any backup. Was this part of the?
The first sheet is, sir.
Okay.
I was asked for a year over.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, that is
Okay,
that
so this
information.
is for the first
front and
one.
back. Oh, it's for all of them. It's a front and back sheet, and each square goes to whichever category.
I see. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll add a little bit. I asked about this one too because it didn't have any backup information, and what they told me was that this is the hardest one to pull right now using our current system because it's not done by commodity, and these are the kinds of things that are spread out across literally every department in the entire district. And so this is something too that our new software will allow us to be able to do and track better. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
I move we approve the purchases as requested.
All right, that's been moved and seconded, so we'll go ahead and proceed to vote. Rafa, you'll have to do it again. There we go. All right, so that was item 6A. We'll move on to 6B. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of maintenance purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year. Dr. Ball?
Yes, ma'am. Very similar. Also, it's a set amount that we would be making routine purchases, and we listed some of them there, and this is for the entire year for our maintenance department.
Are there any questions or comments about this one? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote. All right, item 6B passes unanimously. We'll move on to 6C. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of transportation purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year.
Yes, ma'am. Very similar also. This has to do for the Department of Transportation. And also this includes everything that would be for the entire year for this department, everything from general supplies, travel cost, vehicle insurance, fuel, everything that's listed on the background sheet.
I had just a quick question about this one.
Yes, ma'am.
A couple of months ago, we had discussed renting charter vehicles for some of the transportation too. Is that coming out of the athletics or transportation?
Out of the athletics and fine arts.
Okay, so that's not in this
No,
amount.
ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Jen, you and I are
Yep.
thinking alike. I have
Okay.
the same question. Very good.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
I move that we approve item 6C as written for Transportation Department.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. All right, that item passes unanimously. We'll move on to 6D. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of child nutrition purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year.
Yes, ma'am. This is for the Child Nutrition Department, everything that they will need for the year, non-food service supplies, general supplies, operation supplies, kitchen equipment, software, anything that falls into their department for child nutrition.
Are there any questions or comments on this one?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. My question is this, it just hit me right now as we're going through all these approvals, but were these part of our budget discussions during the month of June when we approved the overall budget?
This was already included in their budget, so this was part of what their budget was going to be.
And this is now to give the authority for them to make the, just that clarity. That's all I needed. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the child nutrition budget, purchases.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote in just a second. There we go. All right, that has passed unanimously. We'll move on to 6E. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of special education purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year. Dr. Ball.
Yes, very similar to the other ones. This is for the Department of Special Education.
Any questions or comments here? Okay, do I have a motion?
I move that we approve these special education purchases over $50,000 for the 2022 and 2023 school year.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, and we'll proceed to vote. Mr. Diaz spoke first, yeah, just slightly. All right, that passes unanimously. We're on 6F, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of athletics purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year. Dr. Ball.
Yes, again, very similar. This would be what the athletics would be spending for this entire year. Everything from registrations, operation cost, repairs, facilities, transportation, as y'all had asked about earlier, student and staff, travel.
Are there any questions or comments here?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Macias?
Now, this particular item, looking at, I'm looking at it correctly, the 2021-2022 budget is at 1.2 million or so for actual expense. We had 1.286 as the actual budget, but now this year's is 2 million. So I just wanted a little bit of explanation on that difference.
Absolutely. So once we got realigned, we're traveling to different places. We're traveling more. Some of the fees went up in regards to the refs. So it was an increase in the budget that was done after they analyzed where we would be going, how far we would be going, how many times, and some of those items increased the cost.
Okay, so we're asking for a little more as a result.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Knoyer?
This is where the bus service contract
Yes.
comes out of, so that's a big portion of it?
Yes,
Is that
that's a
right? Okay,
portion.
thank you.
Any other? Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the athletics purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote. Okay, that one passes unanimously. Moving on to 6G. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of fine arts purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year.
Yes, this is like the other ones that the board has been approving. It includes everything from maintenance, repair, facilities, transportation for students and staff, registration, and the items that they will need for the year.
Any questions? Mr. Macias?
Yes, Dr. Ball, this is also one that has a slight variance, about 300,000, but it looks like a big portion of that is in rentals and contract services. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, we contract with individuals to provide some lessons for our kids, whether it's the instruments, also in the flags, in making up the routines for the band. So some of those are contracted services that we contract with other individuals.
Is this where, well, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the fine arts purchases over $50,000 for 2022-2023 school year.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote. All right, that passes unanimously, and we will move on to 6H. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of federal programs and grant purchases over $50,000 for the 2022-23 school year.
Yes, this includes everything from professional development, instructional coaching, tutoring, counseling services for SEL for the entire year for the entire district of Judson ISD.
Any questions from the board? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the federal programs and grants purchases over $50,000.
That was moved and then seconded by Mr. Diaz. So we'll proceed to vote. And that one passes unanimously. Okay. So we'll move on to item 6I, consider and take possible action regarding bond counsel. Mr. Diaz, this was your item, I believe.
Colleagues, I am proposing that we sever our professional relationship, AKA terminate the contract of our current bond counsel, Fulbright Rose, I don't have their full name in front of me, for lack of performance and poor performance that led to some compliance issues. If you all are in agreement, we can, and we need obviously bond counsel, right? Obviously the performance of our district and the outcomes of our students are reliant on us having sound business practices, ensuring that we can focus in on the real intentions behind public education, which is getting those outcomes. So, this would allow us to continue to perform in optimal levels, and I have confirmed that if we wish to sever that relationship, we can scale into Walsh Gallegos, and them, along with their co-counsel, I think it's Hardin Cantu, can provide us our bond counsel services. Happy to take any questions or unpack anything that I said.
Is this something that we would need to put out for a competitive bid process?
It is my understanding, and our counsel in the crowd can confirm it, but professional services are one of the things that doesn't need an RFQ, so we can select our counsel, especially because they already provide us those services. However, we can ask them or Bill to confirm what I just said.
Yes, sir, that is true.
That's a great confirmation. Thank you, Dr. Atkins.
I would like to add, though, could we put an end date in September, because we're in the middle of the defeasance process currently, and we're bringing that in 3 weeks?
Explain to me further.
We're going to do a defeasance resolution, right?
Okay.
And so bond counsel is already working with our financial advisor, and they've already put time into it. And so at least get us through the vote, which would be an August meeting.
You could sever the relationship at such numbers.
Okay. I mean, if we need them, and
right,
time is of the essence, obviously, for their services.
Right. They will get us through the resolution process. Our new bond counsel then could do the actual process in January and February.
Okay. Is that a process that Walsh can easily take over, or is this something that needs to have some continuity?
I'm going to let them answer that.
Okay, you guys are confident you can pick that up? It's... Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the recommendation. Dr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins.
Is there anything in the contract with our current bond counsel about like notification, like the number of days we need to give them of notice? Wow, that's surprising. Considering that they're lawyers. And there's no penalties for early,
I mean, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that it's a contingency contract, so it's, pretty standard.
So I motion to sever the relationship with our current bond counsel and hire Walsh Gallegos and their co-counsel Cantu Hardin as our new bond counsel effective immediately. No, Walsh said that they could take over the process in a seamless fashion, apparently.
Mr. Atkins, Dr. Ball, would it be your preference to finish out that process and have it be effective September 1st?
I guess I misunderstood. I thought we had said January, so I misunderstood.
Yeah, it would be my preference, just because it's already in the process, they're already working on it, and just make it a September 1st start. That would be my preference.
Just to finish that out. It's just a few more weeks and then start with them right after September 1st. They can, become our bond counsel immediately, but if we could just finish what we've been doing with them to September 1st.
So here's my question. If they're allowed to finish whatever process they have in place now, then I'm assuming they're going to get percentage points or some sort of contingency fee upon the triggering of whatever pays them out.
I don't know, because typically it's paid upon the actual
Pass of the bond.
sale of the bond, and they would not be our counsel at that time, but I would have to check, and maybe they could answer that.
Tony, do you have any insight as to if we keep them retained through their defeasance process, are we going to owe them anything?
We have to look at their contract, but in general, it's not unusual for districts to change bond counsel right away and for the new counsel to pick up. And we have a working relationship with North Rose and with the Commonwealth. I don't see them, the transition being a problem, to be honest. It seems like if the wishes of the board are to make a transition, the sooner the better, so we can start advising the board and the administration.
Okay, so I'm going to stick with my original motion of doing this immediately, especially because of my extreme displeasure with their performance or lack thereof and bad counsel. So as soon as we get somebody that, in my opinion, and this is why I'm scanning in this fashion, that we're, have a relationship with, that we trust, and they can guide us through this process, it is my wish to do that.
Is there anybody else with an opinion? I saw Ms. Pichel first, and then I'll call on Mr. Macias.
Yeah, my opinion is that I think we have all seen the result of what Norton Rose Fulbright has brought to us, or didn't, the lack of information. There are quite a few things that they could have done that we weren't aware of. And so when I think about things like when I was teaching, you don't know what to ask when you don't know what to ask. You can't ask what you don't know. And so in the event that we need to do this, I'm in total agreement with this. I concur that we should also do this.
I saw Mr. Macias first, and then Ms. Eaton.
It's not uncommon for boards to change council. And, obviously there were several issues with our last bond failure. I won't blame the legal services entirely for that, but certainly that played a role. But I'm comfortable with Walsh. We have a long relationship with them. But I will ask probably later in the year that we look at diversification, because a lot of our services are tied with Walsh, our HR services, our board services, now potentially our bond services. So I just want to evaluate that, and it's a fair assessment. I mean, we have all our marbles in one basket, if you will. So, but in terms of the ability for Walsh and my confidence in them, I know they can do the job. So I'm comfortable enough with this motion right now. And of course, later on, we will be discussing the potential of having a November bond. And so the reality is we need to get in gear really quick. And so this is a necessary step. So I know Ms. Eaton needed to speak. I was going to second it, but I'll let Ms. Eaton speak first.
Ms. Eaton?
No, I was just going to say that I feel comfortable making that move after what we found out earlier. I'm just sure that you were surprised to know that we had bond counsel in lieu of that. So I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments before we move forward?
Yeah, I'm seconding Mr. Diaz's motion.
Okay. So that means we'll proceed to vote. So the motion on the table is that we sever our relationship with our current bond counsel and move to Walsh Gallegos effective immediately. Okay. All right, that motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you, guys. We'll do a good job for you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
So with us is our bond counsel partner, and we have Carrie Trail as one of the partners, Arnold Cantu, and Adam Harden. Adam Harden is the tax attorney, and Arnold and Carrie, they specialize in bond work, and we've been working with them for a long time.
They couldn't hear you. Do you mind repeating? Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and again, I'm Tony Resendez, one of the partners with Walsh Gallegos, and y'all met Stacy and Jameson. And this is our co-bond counsel team, Cantu and Hardin, and they specialize in representing districts and government entities in bond work, and we've partnered with particularly these gentlemen over the years on many school districts. Carrie Trail is one of the partners, Arnold Cantu, and Adam Hardin, and it's Cantu and Hardin. And they will be serving as co-bond counsel with us, and we'll make sure that you guys are taken care of. And we really appreciate the opportunity. We do.
Tony.
And we'll get with your administration, make sure the defeasance goes smoothly, and we're prepared to help you guys call a bond election if you're ready to do so in November. Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying Hartin? H-A-R-T-I-N?
Cantu and Hardin,
A-R-D-I?
H-A-R-D-E-N.
D-E-N. Thank you.
So we appreciate the opportunity. We'll let y'all get back to business unless there's any more questions.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Thank
you all very much. Good evening.
I was trying to get him in here earlier.
All right, we'll move on to item 6J. Consider and take possible action to increase the number of police officers district-wide. This was Mr. Macias's item.
Yes, thank you. The reason for this is naturally in part, or actually in a large part, in response to the incidents in Uvalde and the need for a greater police presence. I will say that I spoke with legal counsel regarding this particular item, and as long as we leave it general, which is my expectation, and not stipulate where we need the police officers, we can talk about it in open session. If not, there's some of this that may need to be in closed session. So I'm going to try to leave it in open session for now, and if there is more details from anybody, then I suggest we look at a closed session discussion. But in general, the idea is just to have more officers. I'd like to look at an increase of maybe 10 to 12 new officers in the district, because I believe that we need that coverage. And so happy to have the discussion, and so that's why I put it on the agenda.
I definitely applaud your concern about safety and have the same concerns. However, the budget impact of 10 to 12 additional officers seems large, and that is not something that we had budgeted for. Do you know, or have you asked for some modeling of what the budget impact would be?
Roughly, but not in depth, and naturally it would have been more appropriate to see what the board majority felt like before we dug a little deeper. I have expressed this interest to Dr. Ball, so she is aware that I've had this interest. But I will say that if you think about the math, we would need the presence of an officer for 187 days, which is during the school. So 187 days. Our current officers are under 220-day contracts, so we wouldn't need 220 days. We would need them when school is in session, so 187 days. And then, of course, I don't know what the rough idea, if it's 50,000, again, I don't know, but I can ask Bill, do you have a ballpark on what a cost for a police officer has been?
We looked at it. If you hired a 10-year veteran, and then you've got vehicles, supplies, radio, equipment.
I wouldn't anticipate additional vehicles. Some of this is designed to have presence on campuses, so it's not particularly designed to have additional fleet. So it truly is to have a presence where there is no presence.
Then we're looking at about 70,000 a year.
70, and that's with benefits included?
Yes, sir.
Is that a 220 or 187?
It's 187.
Okay, so 70. So that would be pretty much if we did 70,000, I think it could even be lower, but let's just go with a 70 as a rounded number. It's, 700,000 or 840,000. That would be pulled from our fund balance. And I say that in terms of being able to tell my community that we've done something. This is that something, because we have yet to put a bond measure on November's ballot yet. In fact, it's still something we're all considering. So I do not want to start the year without taking some steps. And of course, I do realize as an administration, Dr. Ball, you are looking at our facilities and you are ensuring that, but there's still, I believe, a sense that those things will be upgraded as a result of a bond. And until that happens, I think what needs to happen is to have an increased police presence. So I would like to look at this commitment for 2 to 3 years, and then we reevaluate based on any bond infrastructure that we have passed, so that we can reevaluate the need at that time. But I'll be very hard pressed to not start this year, which is coming up very quickly, with some sort of statement and a deliberate action in doing something that's going to offer additional safety and comfort to our families and children.
A couple of comments, if I may, Madam President. We have not posted for Tuesday's training. I do have some suggestions and some ideas. Some of them does include increasing and hiring more individuals, because I don't want to have anybody feel unsafe. I would rather have and share these ideas with the board in a closed session Tuesday if possible. That's only a few days, from now. If y'all would allow me to share this information with you and then come up with a game plan that...
Will it include more officers?
It would include more people. It's a different type. It could be more officers, but it's different ideas.
I mean, I love ideas, and certainly we can bring that to the table, but this motion is for specific for officers, and again, I'll take any input, but if it does not include the gaining of officers on campuses, then I wouldn't be as open.
Sure.
I still want you to bring it, please, but and we can enhance.
Right.
But everything that we can do right now to offer more support to, like I said, our students, our employees, we just need to do it as we start the year.
Right. I have 3 different types of scenarios. A scenario that offers more officers, a scenario that offers a different type of security type at each of our elementary. So I have 3 different types of proposals that, again, just because I don't want to, I don't know what the right word is.
Let me just ask the question. I was under the impression that they had to be licensed peace officers, but are you suggesting that we can actually go a different direction with a security company? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
We can use actual security officers then?
That's one of the proposals that I have.
Because I would imagine those price points might be a little bit better if we do that.
Well, some of the things that I would like for us to have a discussion about is that I would still, even though we say that they wouldn't need a vehicle, my worry would be is what would we provide them if they needed to get around. Then the other thing about if they only worked 187 days, we'd still have to annualize their salary because most likely they would still need a check in the summer. So I just want us to look at possible different options.
Well, I mean, again, whatever, but again, I wish you would have brought this now because I really do want to get some action on it. And just kicking it another few days is fine, but we literally have to leave that meeting with some action because, I mean, time is slipping away here. And if we're going to obtain a company or more officers, we have to put it out there. We have to get them, and it's not going to be easy, just like teachers. Everything is very hard to acquire now. So we're behind. So I can table this for a Tuesday discussion, but again, is that going to be the only item on the agenda? Because I expected it only to be training.
Right. It would. I mean, it's not the only item because it's training, it's goal setting. Patricia has various other things, so it would not be the only item on the agenda. Again, this is just an idea. If the board wants to make that commitment at this time, that I respect that decision.
I'll hear some feedback first before I decide to table.
Are there questions or comments, or Mr. Diaz?
So I thought at agenda review, we had agreed on having a closed session item to get some facts, to then have this discussion, to have a substantive discussion based on fact. What happened?
I can only say that I must have forgotten that agenda item then.
That was the point. We were supposed to talk to Chief to determine what is it that we have now.
I do have that information.
But we were supposed to discuss it, and because you can give it to us, but then I'll have to digest it
Right.
immediately.
We do have an agenda item language on here that says, consider and take possible action regarding the deployment of specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices. Does that give us the liberty to go back into closed session and talk about what you have? Okay. Is that what you prefer to do rather than doing it on?
Yeah, I would like to get some heads or tails on it and have it done if possible today, especially if we do have the language that will allow us to have that conversation now, and that way we can have a decision after this meeting or after this vote.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But Mr. Diaz just reminded me that police chief is not here, so I don't know if they would need to be here for that input or if Dr. Ball has already conferred with the police chief at this point. Have you had a chance to talk to the police chief, Dr. Ball?
Yes.
Yes. So you have her feedback based on this?
Yes, I have her feedback.
Then I'm okay then with going into closed.
Okay. Ms. Knoyer.
I would actually prefer to have the information Dr. Ball has sent to us so that we can review it and look over that information before we discuss it. So I would rather this wait until our Tuesday so that we have an opportunity to digest the information Dr. Ball has.
Any other questions or comments from other board members or opinions?
It's already 10:30.
Yeah, are there other preferences? I also honestly would prefer, like, the district does not work tomorrow anyway, so we'd only be losing one working day on this by moving it to Tuesday. And if you could send this to us tonight or tomorrow morning to have some time to review.
I can go with Tuesday, if the police chief can be available for that meeting as well.
I will ask him.
And that would be the missing part. Well, and again, I don't mind staying until midnight. To me, this is important. I would imagine to everyone here it's important. I just wish we were prepared to make that decision now. So now, as I said, we've got to kick this ball down until Tuesday. So hopefully we can get the information we need then, and we can have a more robust conversation and not have a lengthy one regarding.
I would still like to go into closed session if possible tonight. Just
Okay.
for a little bit, even
Okay.
if it's a little bit.
So maybe a preview of the information in closed session tonight, and then we can evaluate then. Okay.
Then Ms. Rodriguez, then
Yes.
what I'll do is I'll table this motion till after a closed session,
Okay.
and then if I decide I want to bring it back, then I'll do so. But for
Okay.
right now, I'll table the motion.
All right, sounds good. Then what I'm going to say, if this is okay with everybody else, let's continue through the rest of the agenda through 7, and then go back into closed session after we've covered everything else. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. So we'll go on to item 6K, consider and take possible action regarding approval of the 2022-23 board meeting and monitoring calendar.
Yes.
Dr. Ball?
So everybody got this handout, and this was developed with the board goals and the board constraints that the board approved. We worked on this with Patricia, and I'll certainly answer any questions that you would like. Every board goal is addressed, every constraint is addressed on the plan. Most of them are addressed twice.
Are there?
In January.
Yep. Yeah, so the board self-evaluation is August and November, and yeah, it's quarterly. Board self-evaluation is quarterly, superintendent evaluation is annually. Any other questions or comments?
I think this looks good.
Yeah. And one clarifying question I have is that this would also, these would be the presentations, like the superintendent reports that we have?
The
and
only presentations. I
yeah.
would stop what I had done this year and it would only be
Okay,
these.
to really focus on the student outcomes piece. Okay, great. Any other questions? All right, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the monitoring calendar.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote. Did Mr. Macias, okay, Mr. Macias stepped away, so he won't be voting on this item. Will it pop up? I don't know. He's looking at me, but I don't know what
He's coming up.
Yeah. Do I need to hit proceed or? There we go. Okay. I was like, I don't know what he's saying. I can't see. All right. So that motion passes 6-0. Moving on to item 6L, we already covered and voted on after closed session. So moving on to 7A, discussion items and reports. Judson Education Foundation 2022 second quarter update.
Yes. And Lexi will provide that report.
Good evening, everyone. Hi. So in your packets, you should have received our second quarter report as requested by you all on with our MOU with the foundation. So I just wanted to kind of go over our balances and past events that are coming up. The account balances that you see there, the only kind of discretion you might notice is that we haven't allocated or distributed our grants just yet. So those are still pending to come out. Our teacher grants start August 1st as the applications, and we expect to award them in November. So keep your eye out for those. Our events that we had in the second quarter was just our golf tournament. The rest of the events that we had were more community engagement events, like our Circle of Excellence event that we had. Our income, expenses, and profits are laid out there for you guys. It was a little bit different, a little bit dipped from last year, just different partnerships, different participation. A lot of people actually couldn't attend this year, but still a great profit for the foundation. Our upcoming Jeff fundraiser events and campaigns, we start our Employee Give campaign starting August 22nd. That's where we ask all of our employees to participate and to give back towards the foundation, and they get t-shirts and stickers and stuff like that for participating in it. Our top donor reception, which you all should be receiving an invitation very soon, will take place right before our September meeting. So we'll have a reception for our top Jeff donors right before the meeting, and they will actually be able to recognize them because it is a state recognition that we give them for donating and participating in our district. You'll see our current investment account at the bottom. Right now, our investments are doing very well, and we're very pleased with them, and we plan on making some new investments and changes in the next year. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions? Ms. Knoyer.
I'd just like to say thank you to Ms. Greathouse. She does an amazing job and is very innovative with the foundation. I've truly enjoyed my time spent working with you all and look forward to seeing what happens next.
Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other comments? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go on to 7B, Policy Update 119, affecting local policies, first reading.
Dr. Ball?
Yes, that is just the first reading for everybody to look at that. I ask that you please let me know the questions that you have so we can look into those. And not necessarily right now, just in the future.
There was one issue, not issue, I shouldn't say, one question that I had that was pertaining to, I highlighted it, but anyway, the idea was that we're striking the language from the policy that is permitting us to make parents aware of their right. Do you know what line I'm talking about in the policy? It was interesting to see.
No, but I can look it up, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was in red, and it was outlined, which meant we were deleting it, where we're not going to advise a parent that they have the right to report. And again, I'll find it before our next meeting, but just to give you a heads up, that's okay right here. It's the appeal process and it says here, a student or parent has, and it says crossed out, shall be informed of his or her right to file a complaint with the United States Department of Education Office for Civil Rights. So I just wanted to know if that was a legal recommendation or was it a local?
No, all of these are TASB's recommendations, so I could definitely contact.
Yeah, this is local policy, so we obviously have more flexibility with that within legal. But that is just something I'm interested to learn and understand a little more about why we wouldn't want to just let them know that they have options during the appeal process, and that's one of those options.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. So moving on to 7C, discuss CH local and legal purchasing and acquisitions policies. Mr. Macias, you added this one.
Yes, and obviously I can't talk too much about it, but we did have a closed session item that had a little bit about procurement with it. And In that discussion, Mr. Atkins and Dr. Ball, you guys mentioned about reviewing the procurement policy. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, sir. So there's a couple of things that we would like to do. One of them being to establish a policy or procedure to include in our purchasing manual that defines aggregate purchases and explains categories or commodity codes as they're utilized by the district to represent a type of good or services. And this will certainly be able to be done with our Skyward software. So as we roll over to this in October, this will be something that we will be able to easily do. And then select and identify the 12th month period calendar or fiscal year that will be utilized to track and report purchases in aggregate. Very similar to what we did today about making those approvals for the entire school year. Another change that we'd like to make is adopt a list of categories or commodity codes the district will use to track and report purchases in aggregate. That goes back to number one. We'll use Skyward to be able to track those. And let's say we want to know how much paper was bought in total for the entire district. And then also establish a policy or procedure process that requires board approval for all budget amendments at the function level, and to make sure that we don't make those amendments until after they are approved by the board. And those transfers would not happen until after the board meeting. And inform and train all personnel impacted by these new procedures. Make sure that we provide training and staff development for them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Procurement is never been my number one issue, but it's certainly one I think that is important, just like anything and everything else. And so I appreciate then the lens to modify and try to continue to make it a better process and a fair and equitable one. So we'll continue to look at this as we go forward, but that's all I needed. Thank you.
Any other comments on that item? All right, we'll move on to item 7D, Statement of Impact submitted by School of Science and Technology Discovery. Dr. Ball, do you have anything?
Nothing really, just the standard that we do.
Any comments from the board? All right. Moving on to item 7E, update on board advisory committees. So I'll just go and ask each board member individually. Ms. Konoyer, I'll start with you.
Thank you. I attended the Finance Committee meeting. Mr. Atkins and his associates are always so helpful and ready to go with that. We talked about the budget and expected expenditures, and Mr. Atkins also at that time talked about the new purchasing and transfer of funds, and notified we do have a couple of, we had some school principals and also, I believe, one school secretary who was there, and so they were giving them a heads up that this is coming, and they're just going to need to plan a little far out in advance. There is another meeting in August, and I will be out of town and unable to attend, and I think I notified you about that.
Ms. King?
No information to share at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Eaton?
No information to share.
Mr. Diaz?
So I started a program with Georgetown University on school finance called Economics. Really insightful. So I'll let you guys know how it goes. But aside from that, no other comments.
Okay. Mr. Macias, advisory committees?
Yes, I was unable to make the July meeting. I'm so sorry about that, Mr. Atkins, but I will be at the finance one in August. And I will ask, though, that part of, I think, our training with Patricia is to, again, reevaluate how we would like to move forward with these advisory committees, just so that we can figure out what's going to be as impactful. We know that they have an ability to be, but is that on this agenda for Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember having that conversation with Patricia. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Pichelle?
I attended Growth and Planning last Monday. There's another meeting this Monday. There was an additional meeting because we were given the results of the parent survey.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I did not attend any advisory committee meetings. I was out of town since the last meeting. And so next item is item F, update on board training, conferences, events, and consider future agenda items, item requests by board members. So again, I'll go one by one. And if you could also confirm if you plan on attending the TASA-TASB conference, which is happening here in San Antonio the weekend of September 23rd, 24th, and maybe 25th. We'd love to know if you are coming to that one. So Ms. Knoyer, board trainings or agenda items.
I don't have any agenda items. I haven't been to any training except what we've been doing here in-house, but I do plan to attend TASA-TASB. And I notified Ms. Holmes of that already.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. King.
And I have no agenda items to add, no trainings, and I'm still trying to decide about the TASB.
Okay. All right. Ms. Eaton.
Don't have any training coming up right now, and we just had summer leadership training downtown. And I will let you know after I look at the calendar about the TASB training in September. I promise.
Mr. Diaz.
No other trainings. I meant to say that other thing at this section. I got confused.
That's
But I
okay.
will, Betty, I will be going to.
I wondered about that. That was not board advisory.
Yeah, I misheard clearly. Betty, I will be attending TASA-TASB. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Macias.
Yes, I will be at the, I think I sent you a yes, right, Betty Holmes? Good. And in terms of the agenda, I just need to know, it is my intent to have a bond on the November ballot for security. Do I need to put that on the agenda, or Dr. Ball, will that be up for action in August or not?
I think we should put it on the agenda.
So that'll be my future agenda, at least one of them.
Okay. Ms. Pichelle.
I will be attending TASA-TASB, Ms. Holmes.
Okay. And I will also be attending TASA-TASB. It's my son's birthday weekend again, so I'll arrange it around that, but he's also excited to attend some of the extracurricular events during TASA-TASB again. All right, so yes.
Miss Betty, when does our new training year start? September, August, or something?
No, ma'am.
Oh, it started already. So summer leadership training counted toward 22, 23? Oh, thank you.
I'm also remembering that there's something in my inbox about a training that we need to
Yes,
do by September.
it's something that Ms. King reminded us of, and I
Okay.
still need to do that.
I also still need to do it, but,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we are going to go into closed session, and there's only one. Which one did we decide to use?
It's different on mine. It's
Yeah.
It's this one.
Thank you. Okay. Consider and take possible action. Okay. Yes. Wait, don't go away quite yet, my friends. Let me read the language, and then you can go, but I don't want to lose a quorum. All right. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. This is discussion regarding the deployment or discussing and taking possible action regarding the deployment or specific occasions for implementation of security personnel, critical infrastructure, or security devices. The time is now 10:48, and we will go into closed session. Oh, section, where is it? I couldn't find. Thank you. 551.089 is the section that we are referring to. Thank you so much. Thank you. The board will now reconvene into open session. The time is 11:07. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. On the item, no action will be taken. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned it's still 11:07. Good night, everybody.